Alrighty. I'm back to stream. Oh, it's been so long. Today, we're going to play the Final Fantasy 14 7.3 MSQ. It should be fun. Okay, since it's been a while, I suppose some explanation is in order. I want to try and... I haven't been streaming for a while, obviously, but I want to try something a little bit different this time. Oh, I really have not been playing for a while. Sure. Good. Oh, no, actually, I forgot. This is that. I do not want to go to the... I think it puts you in the novice network. No! So, I have obviously done streaming for a while, but I have not. I haven't streamed in a couple years. God, I'm so I'm so nervous. I got nervous again. Even had this whole thing planned out of what I wanted to say, and now that I actually hit live, it's not coming back properly. But I've been trying to do this for a while. I've done this on and off so long, and I've never been able to fully make it something I could do as like as a career or anything like that. And I kind of figured this time around something different I should do is, instead of always acting like fully I'm streaming, because before I had the mindset that, oh, when I stream, because I used to do YouTube videos, like actually record videos for like Let's Plays, and I used to feel like I had to be on the entire time I was recording the video. And then obviously I can turn back off in between recording sessions. But when I went to streaming, for some reason I got it in my head that, oh, I'm streaming, so that means there's going to obviously be times when I can't be on the entire time. So I'm not going to stress myself out trying to always be on. And I could just let there be downtime. And I think that was probably not the correct mindset to have. In fact, I think it's the opposite with streaming. I think you need to be on the entire time you are streaming. So I had this misconception that, like, oh, I can just let downtime be downtime even when I'm live. And, no. That's not really why. I'd also get super self-conscious because when I'm live and I have, like, no viewers, because currently at the time I'm still incredibly, incredibly small. I keep glancing over even to my viewer count to see if I get any more viewers. I should stop doing that because I'll get self-conscious. But every time I would see a viewer come in, I would just suddenly get self-conscious and just kind of clam up a bit, like, oh no, now I need to perform. I was being quiet before, but now I need to try and perform because now there's a viewer. And that probably didn't help at all for me to grow. So maybe I should go with a different mindset for this kind of thing. And I decided, with me coming back, I figured Final Fantasy XIV, it's a game I've been playing. I like to go through the story every patch. So why don't I just do the Final Fantasy 7.3 MSQ? I'll come back to streaming, and we'll actually change the mindset of what I actually need to do. And that's, I can't just only think I need to perform when I have a viewer. Instead, I need to be actually performing the entire time. I need to be on the entire time I'm streaming. So instead, and also I'm gonna be uploading the VODs to my VODs channel on YouTube. And while they're up there, they should always be accessible by somebody sometime in the future. So, well, it's not going to be very entertaining if they come in, somebody comes, watches the VOD, and sees, oh, this guy's just not really saying much except for, like, small moments. And that's not going to be very entertaining. So I decided to try to kind of treat this like I did when I was making YouTube videos. That I am going to be on the entire time. Try to actually react constantly. And see where that takes me. So, with all that out of the way, we have MSQ to start. We're going to head on over to Solution 9. So, obviously, I suppose I should get this out of the way. I'm doing the 7.3 MSQ. If you have not done MSQ for this patch, or not currently caught up with MSQ for, in general, probably wait. You probably shouldn't be here, because you will get spoiled. If you want to go experience the MSQ for yourself, go ahead and go do that. Like I said, this will get uploaded later as a VOD, so if you do come across this and want to go do MSQ for yourself, you can always come back and watch the VOD later. But if you are done with the MSQ already, or if you just don't care about spoilers, then welcome in! Come on! I probably could have used the Aetherite to get over here, but it's kind of fun to walk through this place. Okay, since hello? We're still loading in. Oh no. That's not a good sign. As guess since this is the 7.3 MSQ, this should actually hold on. This should be the potentially final main story MSQ for the Dawntrail expansion, because typically Endwalker was kind of like an exception, but usually we have the 0.3 is the final. Not really the final, but like wrapping up all the last of the story threads that were in the like main expansion launch MSQ. And then the 0.4 and 0.5 patches are usually like lead in to whatever the next expansion is going to be. So I'm kind of looking forward to see how the actual Dawntrail story wraps up. should also... Let's see, maybe to there. Is that a good? Probably. Okay. That should be good. Oh, I'm also... Yeah, I want to set my chat to that. Okay, are we going to start off with a cutscene? Oh, no. Okay, what does Krau say? Raha and Alphino patrol the city while Yashol and Alize continue treating Levin sickness and those injured in the attack. Okay, so I think... Oh. I think this is still from the end of 7.2 MSQ. Okay, so... I didn't have the absolute most positive view of the initial 7.0 MSQ story. Well, I can't say I didn't have... I mostly was positive. I did like the story, at least when you consider the actual like overall story plots. But I do have a good bit of nitpicks on kind of how the story flowed, some of the characterizations during the beginning compared to how they went toward the end. But I think the patch story, 7.1 was kind of meh, but 7.2 was genuinely really, really good. So I'm hoping that they can continue the momentum they have from 7.2 into the 7.3. So, Shale wishes for a moment of your time. If you have a moment, Taryn, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Nod. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clear idea of where things stand would be beneficial to us as well. Oh good, we can have a recap? First things first, then. Let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation. The vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything but new incidents since then, right? Oh, but you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then. Right. No additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people. But they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons. But if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the Storm Surge, as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electro technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough. Exploring treatments for Levin sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calix's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated. That evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the stimulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversions is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who registered their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calix's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw aether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. By murdering millions more. Because as we already established, the endless are not sustainable indefinitely. If we mean to foil Calix's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though. I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. He's such a good boy. While Galuja and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calix. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Yepper. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep. So shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. Sphene is in thought. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Lance Guard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolo. Alphano and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Terran's group, if you'll have me. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calyx. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Alrighty, sorry if I mispronounced his name, but, Daimo Sonao, thank you for the follow. Okay, so we're gonna ask around Solution 9. Guess we're just trying to figure out the overall situation. I can only assume things are going to get bad. They usually do. I don't know. This is the .3. No, that doesn't really mean anything. Usually we should be wrapping up whatever Dawntrail started out, we should be wrapping up. I've been so glad that the patch content has been following mostly with this whole Alexandria stuff, because I feel like this is the most interesting part of the MSQ. I mean, I was so excited when they first showed off Solution Line as this whole cyberpunk city. Like, this is in the game. This is in the same game. This now exists in the same world as Ishgard. The medieval setting, fantasy setting, with castles and knights and dragons. And then we come over here and we find Alexandria in Solution 9, and this is a vending machine. Where are they? Hold on. Like, these are actual, like, dumpsters and recycling bins. And then we come over here, we have cars and trucks and motorcycles. Which, I mean, to be fair, we've had, like, Magitech. And we did also see in Garlemald that they also kind of had cars, but that was more of, like, closer to actual modern day vehicles. Maybe like a couple decades back. A few decades worth of, you know, improvements. But, this is just purely futuristic, and it's awesome. Always wanted to keep learning more about this place. So, Speed has to say, I will do my utmost to ensure the happiness of Alexandria and its people. Good. The city looks as though it's regained a sense of normalcy. Alas, the people will not soon forget recent events. Certainly not, especially considering it happened to them twice. So, definitely are not going to forget that anytime soon. What's up? People talking? Looked a little nervous, maybe? Probably worried about how people are going to handle everything. Especially if we put an end to the whole Calix's scheme. Because a lot of people right now are scared. Especially after going through a second attack. And last time, people were scared already because of the whole, regulators just bringing them back. How awful must that have been to have these machines malfunction and one of them just, guns you down in the middle of the street and then you just revive thanks to your regulator, get back up, only to get gunned down again. And then this whole thing happens afterwards where regulators are starting to... Or rather, we shut down the Everkeep. Not the Everkeep. What was it called? Living Memory. We shut down Living Memory, so now the system is no longer making more endless. So this time, they go through an attack and they're not getting uploaded to the cloud. They are not becoming endless. So when they die... Also, souls are kind of being phased out to a degree. I can't remember if they full-on stopped offering souls or not. But for those who were out, this is their last life. A lot of them didn't have any spare souls left. So that they actually had to face the consequence of death. Which we did see last patch as more people did actually die. But if they still had their regulars, if they were still able to become endless, then those people who die, rather, get to continue on living as an endless. But then it also used to wipe everybody's memory of the people who died. So those who are left living don't have to remember. Which is, screwed up in its own way. That's some dystopian kind of stuff there. But these people are, understandably, after living their entire lives in this manner, having that completely shaken up where they actually have to face the consequences of death. Of course there's plenty of them who would want to go back. Get these new regulators, become endless, and subvert these ideas of dying. So it'd be really interesting to see where all this kind of ends up. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? Yeah, I kind of agree with this one. The people do seem kind of uneasy. They do. And can't say as I blame them. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and do not blame them for that. And I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calix wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calix, nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibly? After everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. Oh, it's that whole 400 years thing. Like, she feels so, like, kind of out of touch with the people nowadays. God, I hope she, like... I know, like, it's definitely a possibility that they just kind of take the story and make her be the... Just make her be queen now, again, of the current Alexandria. Although I feel like that would kind of, like, just kind of overshadow Galuja as the actual heir to Alexandria. So I hope all the talk and stuff of last patch about Sphene feeling kind of out of touch with the modern day and not really feeling like she has a proper place here in the modern Alexandria. I hope that she ends up joining us. I want her so badly. Like, I didn't quite care about the original Sphene, the Endless Sphene. Although the patch story has made me kind of, like, appreciate that character a little bit more. This Sphene I like so much. And I hope they don't just kind of throw her back into just being the queen of the current Alexandria. I hope they make her... Or I hope she takes her place and actually, like... Or recognize that she doesn't really belong here. Even though this is her country and her people. That she doesn't quite belong with the modern Alexandria. And I just hope she joins us. I hope she comes along with us as, like, a new scion. It would be so cool to have her come along. Also, we can have another person who's technically hundreds of years old. G'raha won't have to be... In fact, now G'raha's no longer the oldest one. Because G'raha's, like, over 100. He was, he lived as the, Exarch. Oh, I just thought about that. Maybe he's not... Maybe he could still be the oldest. Sphene is 400. We have that exact number. It's 400 years. But she was in stasis that whole time. I guess technically G'raha was also in stasis when he went into the Crystal Tower. And in that alternate future, it's kind of unknown how many years passed. We know he was on... When they finally did transfer him to the first, he was there for 100 years by the time we showed up in Shadowbringers. So he had been there for 100 years. Roughly. But we don't know how long he was in stasis in the Crystal Tower. Before the alternate version... Or that alternate timeline. When they finally awoken him. So, G'raha could still be the oldest, but as for the time being, we're going to say it's probably Sphene. We at least know she's 400. Anyway. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for such an eventuality. Sphene? Oh! Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. Good to know that... And there we go! She's got her own class. She's... probably not a summoner. Oh, she could be a summoner. But she seems to focus more on healing, probably more a scholar or some equivalent, because, like, Alphino before was technically a scholar, quotations, but was really... They called him, like, academian or something like that, until he became sage. So, I'll be interested to see what Sphene can actually do. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. Can I go with Sphene? I like Sphene. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone, then. Ow! Okay, fine. Taryn and I will take the east. I'll go with Geode, I guess. Very well. We shall end our patrol in the plaza just past Trueview and await you there. Which one's Trueview? That's Trueview. Okay, so probably up here. Like typical. Oh. He's still right here. Geode! Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or two we didn't know before. Yeah. Are there any special spots? Ooh, there is! My crafting. So what do we have here? Discuss Trueview. The memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning or afternoon. Oh my god! Dang! Also, a little ladies man, huh? The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Somber citizen. Are the sentries and airwheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen Sphene said so. I feel like we're going to get a rehash a little bit to the end of... Or we're going to get a lot of the same information we got from people right after the attack. Like, people really want a neo-regulator. They really want to become endless. You want to hear my story? While I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear, there's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His airwheeler dropped right out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Damn! That sucks. Just driving either like to or from work, or you're just out driving, like get groceries or something. Suddenly your vehicle just drops out of the sky. Awful. Damn fool wasn't really wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he'd never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant. Until it happened. Dude. Wait, oh man. We gotta get these, like, neon hair colors. At some point. Because I don't think these are in the normal character customization. I think these are all very unique to these characters in Solution 9. Lighthearted citizen. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gotten through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, it was done. Or, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 38,000 have already been filled. Oh, sorry, 3,800. I was like, wait, 1,000. Over 3,800 have already been filled. So, there's only 1,200 left? Which is still a lot, but... Geez, you think this would have been done pretty quickly. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend. When there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Oh, no! Imagine we get to the point where there's only, like, 100, like, left. 100, like, slots left. Interesting. Yeah, that would definitely get bad. Taryn, a word. I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. Oh, we already knew this. People were definitely afraid. They were afraid from the beginning. The fights are likely to break out over the neo-regulators? I feel like a victim of violence wasn't wearing a regulator. That was pretty obvious that that would be the case. I mean, we had already... The concept had already started going after we shut down Living Memory. So some people were already... Hell, even before then, there were people who didn't wear regulators. Especially people who were in... Oh, I can't remember what it was called. But the section of Tuliolo in the north that, like, Alexandria kind of overtook and got trapped in the time bubble. So... that would be... Yeah, so, like, the concept of people not wearing regulators isn't, like, new. But the fight that fights might start breaking out. There's gonna be like, a lot of chaos that might start... breaking out over these neo-regulators. God. The fact that nearly 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report. But are you sure there wasn't anything else? That's the most obvious thing. This doesn't seem like... This is the one it's trying to point me to. This doesn't seem like the obvious answer. Like, it seems pretty obvious that, like, some people weren't... Yes, that's it. People... Okay. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators. so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. I suppose, yeah, like, more people would be going without them. I suppose it probably was very rare for people to not be, you know, to not wear a regulator in Alexandria, including those who had been from Tuliolol. Because after being trapped there for 30 years, you know, obviously children would have grown up. Even over that much time, even older people would have eventually given in and started using them. But, I don't know, that feels like kind of not that big of a deal. Because I feel like we kind of already established that some people were starting to not use them. I guess it kind of is a little bit of a surprise that a normal citizen wouldn't have been using one. So I guess it's not the answer I would have obviously come to. The whole fact that the Neo regulators starting to get, you know, diminishing on what's available kind of makes me think there should be something we should be keeping an eye on. Although I guess we could have already figured that out and try to keep our eye on it to begin with. Okay. We don't need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks to check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Oh, we need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks. So see who all was and was not wearing a regulator. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. Oh! What if that's it? What if Calyx was specifically trying to target people who were not wearing regulators? That would, like, increase the fear in people trying to get Neo regulators. Because the people who had regulators, who maybe still had a stockpile of souls, would have gone through the violence and would have potentially been killed and just been brought back by their regulator. So, anybody who was not wearing regulators, and like, people wearing regulators, they would have been able to be brought back, so they may not be they may be scared of running out of souls. Since I think they did say something about stopping making souls. Those, like, soul cells that people can get and bring them back. I think they stopped really mass producing those. So whatever soul cells are still out there are limited. But for the people who still have them, they still have some. So they may not be as scared of death. But they may be scared of the idea of whenever they run out. For the people who decided to stop wearing regulators, either they were on their last life anyway, or for whatever reason, they decided to stop using them, that fear would be increased even more, because they'd already be scared. Kind of scared of not using a regulator anymore. But that fear they may have, like, tried to start getting over their fear of death by taking the regulator off, not worrying about it, and trying to accept this whole idea of a new life, like this new, like, limited life that they have. But seeing people die who didn't have regulators, completely, that is their one and only life. So it might scare them into, like, oh god, I need to get a regulator back. Oh, here's this new Neo regulator. Not only will I not have to worry about, you know, dying again, I won't have to, you know, getting a regulator and getting some more souls into it is one thing. But getting a neo regulator and becoming an endless, and like you would never have to worry about death ever again, at least in concept. So we'll see how that plays out. I'm hoping we can manage to stop this whole thing before those 5,000 people get, because it's going to have to kill them for them to like absorb their souls to turn them into endless. And I'm hoping that we can manage to stop all of this. Oh, awesome. That guy had his registered. I want to see if his regulator was black. Actually, she could catch the other two, too. See if they had or didn't have regulators. But I'm really interested to see how that actually plays out. Yep, he's got a black one. Oh, while I'm here. Where's my... There we go. Let's apply my my Solution 9 outfit. So you have a regular one. You also have a regular one. Okay. So just that guy had the Neo regulator. Trying to see if there's any other spots to talk. Oh, the hover cargo. Right here? It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who jumped for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Me too, dude. Me too. Oh, I can only imagine it's gonna get bad. Oh, it's gonna get so bad. Okay, unarmed sentry. Hello. How are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured 87 individuals. Casualties 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators 0. I was right! Oh, it was specifically targeting people who don't have regulators. Oh, that is. Oh. So none of the people who died had regulators. Or all of the people who died, none of them had regulators on. Okay, then. So Calyx was specifically targeting people who did not have regulators. Likely as like a further thing to scare people into getting these Neo regulators. Because like I said, any of those that have normal regulators, like many of them maybe still have some souls left. So even if they die, they can come back, even though for probably a lot of them, some of those souls have been spent from not only the attack from Zeralja when he went psycho, but from the second attack from Calyx. So some people may have, well, actually no, maybe the second attack, he specifically did not attack people with regulators. I suppose the question of those, for the ones who were injured, just casualties, not casualties, but like, just people who were like injured. I wonder if any of those had regulators or not. That would kind of narrow it down even further. Like fully confirm that they were only targeting those without regulators. Let's see, what did it say? Injured 87 individuals. Casualties 19. Casualties equipped. So specifically the casualties, the 19 people who died did not have regulators. What about the other 87? That's definitely a question. That's a question there. Would definitely be interesting to find that information out. What's this? Escort. Oh. Do they have a new... Oh, is it just, do they just have a little button now to tell you about the escorts? In case you forgot. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present at the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Oh, that was just like last time. And, in Outskirts. Erenville, or no, what was his name? Malachite, I think. When he was one of the ushers, what's causing them to turn to dust? Because he found one there in the Outskirts, and now we're now getting information from this person that they also did not see any bodies, just dust. That makes me wonder, what did Malachite say about the body? Did he mention anything about whether or not the person he found in the Outskirts, the dust pile, if they were said to be wearing a regulator or not? Terran, I think it's time we rejoined Kryl and Sveen. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Kryl say to meet them in the plaza just outside Trueview? Let's get going. Oh, that's... But that leaves a question. Even for those who aren't wearing regulators, why did they get turned to dust? It would make sense if there were people who were wearing the regulators. Like something the regulator would do would turn them to dust. But why is... Why are people... Why are people turning to dust? I guess that's the question. Also, I think I have to fix something real quick. Nope. There we go. Did I fix it? Yep, okay. The screen was, the game window was a little off, I realized. Just fixing that. Okay, what does Sven has to say? We finished our patrol as well. Did it not seem that more people wanted neo-regulators than before? Well, not really. But we did find something pretty drastic. Some pretty big piece of information. So, essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative, and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data. But this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. So, a lot of the people who were injured maybe also were not wearing regulators. Because this confirms with Speed, at least one person she was treating, so they didn't die, but they did get injured. So, they were potentially being targeted. We'd only be able to confirm this if we talk to some of the people who were wearing regulators. If they specifically were not being targeted. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply failed to acquire one for the limited devices, or one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. So maybe not to try and get those, Calix's plan is likely not to get those who weren't wearing regulators to get them to get regulators, but maybe just to use them as an example. Because, oh god, Calix specifically calculated this whole thing. So the people who were not using regulators at all probably weren't going to get these new neo-regulators. They had already pretty much rejected the idea of using souls to either using souls to revive themselves or to even become endless. So they're not that likely to even want to get these neo-regulators. Instead, the people who are still using regulators might want to get these neo-regulators to become endless. But Calyx is just using those who he knows he's not going to be able to convert and just uses them to kill them off, since they don't have regulators, they cannot be revived, and they will not become endless. So, get the machines to malfunction, start killing people, kill those people specifically, and that scares the people who are still using regulators, those who were already kind of scared of dying to begin with, and scared of this whole new idea of potentially not being revived by souls, and pushes them even further, even harder to, like, maybe they were a little bit on the fence before, but now they're fully on, I need a neo-regulator, I need to become an endless, so that I can live forever. So that I do not have to worry about the fear of death ever again. Like the one guy that we talked to that did get his neo-regulator, he said that he felt so much more at ease. He doesn't have to worry about dying because he knows, at least he thinks, he's going to be able to become endless and just completely subvert death. So even if another attack comes, even if not, and he just falls off a bridge or something, he knows that he's not going to die in his mind. Oh, goodness. This all just kind of, like, compiles together into, like, we need to stop Calyx. He's doing some really, really messed up shit. No. No. I don't want to do auto. Oh, man, it just got me. It just got my brain. See, this is, like I said before, the 7.0 MSQ I was a little meh with at times. I didn't like a bit of the writing here and there. But, like, when FF14 gets in its groove and really seems to understand what it wants to write, god damn, it's so good! Oh, I'm just sitting here, like, speculating and all that. Oh, it's so good. Okay, let's move on. And so Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. Yep. But there was no need to kill anyone. Also true. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. That is true. With only 5,000, there's... Considering, not just Solution 9, but, like, the entirety of Everkeep, and the entirety of Alexandria would have already, like, probably numbers in, what, potentially the millions? This is the capital city of a much more, not just, like, you know, a lot of Final Fantasy XIV is set in a lot more medieval-esque times. Even though we do have, like, stuff like... We have countries like Garlemald that has a lot closer to modern technology with their Magitech. Alexandria was pretty much futuristic. So their... Yeah, probably main city likely would have had... Or not even that, like... Not even just millions, but, like... Solution 9 by itself as only one level of Everkeep likely has millions of... I mean, look, you can even see, like, millions of citizens. You can even see in the background, like, the skyscrapers in the background, like, all these windows. This building itself probably holds thousands of people. This one building, and there might be two buildings, I don't know. But, like, there's, just in this corner that we can see, hundreds, if not thousands of residents. Just right here. But you take that to the entirety of Solution 9, there's likely millions, if not like millions, if not tens of millions. And then you take the entirety of Everkeep and Alexandria as a whole, there's potentially hundreds of millions of citizens. So to only get 5,000 of those people, which generally I'm actually kind of surprised that the Neo-Regulators aren't gone already, is kind of surprising to begin with. But it should have been easy. Yeah, easily could have found 5,000 people who wanted to, who would have gone for these Neo-Regulators. So why go through all the killing? Why do that? Why stoke their fear? And like Geode said, they were already kind of fearful enough, so why stoke the fear even further? Interesting. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. They weren't regulators, so he can't have taken their souls. It has to be something to do with them turning to dust, I believe. Because if them just not having regulators, why would they turn to dust when they were killed? They wouldn't. They wouldn't just turn to dust. So something is being done to them, either afterwards or as they are killed. Which is what's, you know, that's the like question right there, I suppose. Okay. Yeah. I love when this game just perfectly... I just love when you're able to fully, like, think of something, and the game, like, immediately fully follows along with your own logic of this game. I love it. It's so good. Yeah, what are the dust found at various sites? Right, the sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies? Now where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Aranville from the sentries in the outskirts? That Usher Malachite told us much the same thing. Yep. Did he? Okay, since we're doing this, I was thinking about going back and watching the cutscene again to see if he mentioned anything about regulators, but I guess we'll go over it here. Thank you, game, for making sure I remember all the details I need to remember. I don't have to go back and look for it myself. When I arrived... Oh, this is Malachite's voice. When I arrived, I found no body. Only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. Which, I guess that bit right there is strange. I believe that the bodies are turning into dust. But at the same time, how did nobody there, notice? Malachite said, like, nobody really knew where it came from. So, I guess that leaves a question of how in the world did the dust get there? How did nobody really notice that, oh, this, the guy who died from the attacks suddenly turned to dust? But nobody knew where the dust came from. At least that's what it seemed like. So that's interesting. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Is the dust supposed to be used for something? Uh-oh. Terran, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Damn it! Our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. Why is this happening again? Hopefully we stop it before anything serious happens this time. They're fighting each other? Uh-oh. Oh, that's creepy! Oh, that's creepy! Stop doing that! Oh!
Stay back! Stay away from me! Leave him alone!
Are you all right?
What happened here? A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
Oh, no.
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
What's up? What was up with the other one that got broken? No regulator. No regulator.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
No! We just got him! We just cured him! No! Not only that, they were just recently talking about potentially going to Leohall. No! Uh-oh! No! Run!
Go to them, quickly!
Oh, good goodness, you're here.
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother,
Oh,
please.
you can't do this! We just cured the boy.
She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
Oh, boy. You can't do that to me! We just cured him! We just did that last patch! You can't suddenly orphan him after we just cured him of his Levin sickness! Oh, goodness.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss.
The wonders a simple hood could do to hide your identity. Only the fact that he didn't just flat out call her Queen's Fiend was something.
Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon. I'm sure of it.
That was definitely still a lot of blood on the floor, though. So, she may need a little bit of time to make more blood that's now on the floor.
Thank you for saving her.
Oh god, that was just the intro. Oh, this is going to be a long patch, isn't it? Ooh, we got the tense music. She should recover in due course. I'm glad we arrived when we did. When I was sick and I couldn't move, my mother was always at my side, always keeping me company, and I'm going to do the same for her. What a good kid. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I'm sorry, he must have fallen protecting the residents. Give me money. Our comrade. You think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe, and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. Hopefully we can get info into what in the world happened here. Because the way it looked, that robot punched this robot. So why did they... Are we going to acknowledge the fact that they seem to have turned on each other? Why? Why is this happening? Or did the cutscene just not portray that? Or did I misinterpret what I saw? Isadora is going to be alright then? I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other. Then all of a sudden, it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as... Oh, how is it pronounced? Oh, what did Speed pronounce it? It was Wayake? Wayake? We came as soon as Wayake sent word. I'm so sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure, but he stopped responding to our communications. Oh no, the people who are theorizing Geode might die in this patch. No! They might be right! We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though at least until we regain control over the sentries. I can go. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Why did the one sentry punch the other? Are we not bringing that up? Oh, thanks. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayake has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck, and stay safe. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Okay, I'm not crazy, right? Like, when we first came into this building, that sentry was shown punching and, like, shutting this one down. Like, that's what I'm pretty sure I saw when we came into the room. Leave matters here to us. We'll see to our fallen comrades and make sure no one else comes to harm. Pray thank your Milala friend for me. I would still be helpless mess if not for her encouragement. I hope you find Geode soon. I know he's probably saving people with one hand and fighting off threats with the other, but I can't help but worry. Hopefully that gets addressed. Otherwise, I'm going to feel like I'm going crazy. I could have sworn that's what happened. Please, Geode, please be safe. I don't see where Kryl is. Anyway. Geode, where are you? Hopefully not getting murdered. You see no sign of Geode, perhaps you should search further to the east. There's Kryl. And what do you have to say? Nothing much of import. Oh, Wayake on the communicator. Geode, answer me. There is no response. Perhaps you should continue further to the east. Gee, I wonder where the stopping point is. It's so funny going through MSQ on patch day. Like, gee, I wonder where we're going to be talking to an NPC at some point. Maybe we're the dozen characters standing around in a circle. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look. Well, he's alive.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please.
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive. Thank the gods. Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Oh. They're absorbing their souls. Of course, just like they did. Well then.
That dust.
I don't think that happened when they were doing that back in, when Zeralja attacked Tuliolo. Like, they had canisters like that, but what they did, they came along and they took the soul and the ether. But I don't think the bodies turned to dust. So what are they doing differently? Oh, so that was a little different. Are they just absorbing the entire ether? What are they doing?
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether.
So yeah, sucking up all of the ether. Because we've learned before there's like two types of ether. I guess that's what the soul is. Soul is that incorporeal one. They were sucking up two. Usually, when we saw them sucking up stuff from when they attacked Tuliolo, I'm pretty sure there were like two orbs. One like white or blue, and the other one like a yellowish. I might have to actually go back and watch that cutscene if the MSQ doesn't like point back to it again.
The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells.
No, old man.
Shit.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Damn you!
Oh. Are we going to get there in time?
Be here. You need to run now.
Oh.
A trap.
Wait. But this one doesn't have the glitchy face.
Take care of the others, eh?
Don't. Don't do that. Oh. What about this non-glitchy one? This one was not glitchy. Also, why was it projecting a face? Was it just to be a trap?
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
No.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether.
Calyx?
But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Asshole!
Calyx.
What are you doing?
What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
That's it? You just need... Oh, I hate this guy. I hope we fucking shove this guy in a blender. This system doesn't... It's just insustainable. I know you can, like, get to a point where you just... Angry. I'm angry. I'm angry at this fucker.
How would I
Not this way!
Key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand.
Even if you had the key, you'd just be killing people in other reflections.
7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years.
Jesus. Yeah, but we're not doing that anymore.
Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return to ether now?
You did not just walk through. Oh my god. Oh. Deleting you from the system entirely. Goodness God.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
I could just kill you. I could just kill you. Do you have any idea how many thousands? How many thousands I have killed in the sake for usually war, but like to stop. Do you have any idea how many evil schemes I have stopped? What the hell makes you think you are even capable of preventing me from ending your entire existence? No, I will not give you the damn key. I'm just going to find you, and I'm going to end you. Endless my ass. You are very endable. Specifically by me. Fucking Asian wannabe. I stopped the granddaddy of all Asians. You. 3 of them. Well, La Habrea was kind of... They made lore reason that he was kind of like weaker. That's why we're able to kill him at like level 50. Well, level 60, I should say. But, yeah, no. Like, we took care of Emmett. Not only that, we went to the edge of the universe and defeated despair itself. I don't think this guy is capable of stopping us. Yeah, right there. I will halt your harvest by defeating you. I ain't gotta give you shit. I'll just find you and stop you.
It was foolish of me to even ask.
It's foolish for you to even try. What you're doing now.
I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
You can't. You legitimately cannot take it by force. This guy doesn't know about Dynamis. He doesn't realize that even if he makes an even stronger robot to try and fight me, I'm still going to beat it. Also, thank you for leaving this to us so we can reverse engineer it and then figure out how to, you know, stop it. Maybe make some kind of jamming signal or something that stops those from sucking up Aether. Maybe. I can't. There are no words. Geode. This pile of dust, these ashes, and the soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning Geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection's stolen aether allowed for many more Endless, why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? It's really funny for you specifically to be saying that. Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is naught noble in this sacrifice. Well, I guess those who theorized Geo dying, you were correct. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Darren. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents in reflections elsewhere. Nod. Yes. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I will ask Wayake to meet us there as well. Wayake? I forget how Sphene pronounced it in the cutscene. Oh. There he is, right there.
Our dear Geode. The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Golulja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this.
He seems to think life is an inconvenience. He's getting a little too far into the progress humanity kind of deal. It's like he's trying to become... We saw from before that he wants to, like... He seems to have something for... And they've said outright that he's trying to, like, find the next stage of evolution. Although the big issue with that is... Well, I don't know. I don't know what he's trying to find, what the next evolution should be. Obviously, we have, like... Because we have Emmett who did his thing of trying to return everybody back to where they were in the Ancients. So is Calyx... Oh, that's right. I remember there's some, like, bit of information. Like, he specifically called the reflection Alexandria was from the 9th. Sorry. And the only people that are really supposed to know that were the Asians. And so there's been some pretty heavy speculation that, like, Calyx has something to do with Asians. Or preservation as a whole probably had something to do with Asians in the past. It's possible Calyx himself wasn't necessarily an Asian, but maybe is a shard of one of the original, the 14? What do they call the group? The Convocation of 14. I believe. I think. I don't remember. It's been a little while. So maybe he could be a shard of one of them?
Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Why are you raising your own death flag? What are you doing?
Get some rest. I'll make sure nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you, Cryo. At least I know if you're there, she won't die. We just lost Geode. We don't need another one.
Thank you.
We don't need another one right after. Please.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh, Geode.
It's fucked up, man. It's a fucked up day. Oh, Show's here. And Aaronville. Hello. See what you guys have to say. I assume you know better by now, but I hope you're not planning to try anything alone. We are all here for you. We're all here with you. I've spoken with Wook Lamont. They've cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of this latest violence. I am told that the members asked with keeping residents safe returned with the body of their comrade. They all ask so much. Oh, they all risk so much. We made a swift patrol of the other levels and confirmed that Calyx had carried out a number of targeted attacks. All to harvest more aether, it seems. Yeah, she wouldn't have much to say. I got back control of the sentries. Probably around the same time Calyx left. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him. We gotta do something about that. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was... He was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer, though, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened to Kakiwa. Do you think you could check on her? See how she's doing? She's like to put up a brave face, if it's me or my sister. Apologies. My mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. You said you need time to work through it. Is there anything I can do? I'll help. No matter what you need me to do. You can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Kakiwa used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why didn't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. Absolutely. Right then. Let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. I'm sure everybody else can handle things here. It's not like there's going to be another attack right after we leave. Right? It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged a couple of airwheelers. They've had their communication modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word, and we'll set off. Why don't we just start doing that with, you know, all the different machines? Ready? We'll be flowing close to the pylons, so follow my lead. Whee! These airwheelers are Gnault's babies. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I did it, man! Let me finish! Sometimes Geode would come along, too, and we'd end up racing. Gotta talk faster. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside something. I wish it showed up over here so I could read it. Where's Earth and Sky? Oh, that's right, the hideout that we originally found them all in. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. Phew. That's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Darren, you might be the first person I've written with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least. The memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Haven't been back here in Earth and Sky in a while. Ever since we first met Kakiwa. And the Oblivion as a whole, honestly. At that time, it was, we met them here, and then ever since we went to the actual Everkeep, we've been mostly just operating in the back rooms. Oh, good. Anybody watching can judge my judge my play. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we? I also haven't played in a while, so I'm gonna have to remember my buttons. Oh, we have a cup down for him.
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa.
Oh.
Will you raise a glass?
Absolutely.
Oh. What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment.
Oops. Didn't mean to click that quickly.
They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization.
Oh yeah, there was an original Oblivion.
You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The
bad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. I'd also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company.
Oh. Okay. Like a...
Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything.
They just got to a full-on fist fight.
By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause.
Yeah, that'll do it.
It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
So Kakiwa was already gone.
Often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
That leads me to wonder, then, what happened to Kakiwa? When did she die? Because I know Vieira, I don't remember what the, like, Turali name was for Vieira. But Vieira, like, do live for a long, long time, so she wouldn't have died from old age. So I wonder what did Kakiwa do that ended up getting her killed? Maybe it's something that was said in the 7.0 MSQ, but I just don't remember. But it's interesting. She was already dead. And then she managed to do the same thing that the Endless Fiend was doing. And projecting herself outside of living memory into a robot.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Oh, were they just like on a resistance group?
hasn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed.
Oh, that's right. They said that like some of the founders of Oblivion were like a couple of Malolas. And it was heavily implied that those were Kryle's parents. Oh, what was their original cause? I think it was just fighting back against preservation. So like preservation was like corrupted since like the beginning. Okay.
She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned.
Oh, so they found the old hideout of the original Oblivion. Nice.
Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
I wonder if Kakiwa and Kryle's parents ever talked to each other in the... in living memory. Holy crap, like, there's where you run into the issue of, like, being able, of having, like, an afterlife type thing. Because, like, how much information could we have gotten from Kryle's parents? And we just never thought to ask them before we shut everything down. Though I guess presumably they could have left all the information they knew in their records, so I suppose there's that potentially.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
Now just Shale.
We'll never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course. Right. time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
Alright, time for the counterattack.
It's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore.
That's called hope. We have hope that we can beat Calyx and stop these atrocities.
Alex, for you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
And all we gotta do is just find out where he is, and then I can take excuse me, I can take care of the rest. I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief, but you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized. Which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. I will certainly do my part. That was pick a random one of those, I suppose. Just send me to the thing I need to break, and I will break it. It's that simple. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Cryo for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Terran? Wait until you find out where Calyx is, and you point me in his direction, and I go beat his ass. How's that sound for a plan? Or probably whatever I'm being called to do. Terran? Is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It could wait until you finish attending to Shale, of course. It seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. Alrighty. Let's go see what's going on in the outskirts. Because certainly we can't just let things be simple. Calyx probably has all his scheming and stuff going along. Why did we get that kind of music? Taryn, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Will you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. Oh dear. Hopefully they haven't, like, their memories haven't started being tampered with again. Oh, a neo-regulator. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those neo-regulators and registered it a little while ago. Oh, no. Are they afraid of some, like, big calamity about to happen? Like, some big... what's the word? Like, everyone is going to die except for those with the neo-regulators. Well, it's your life to lose. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now, it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machines malfunctioned. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Well, about that. Not so certain about that. Will you be able to live happily ever after knowing that you're leaving all of your friends behind that you will possibly never see again? Because they're not going to become endless. There's so much anxiety about the neo-regulators now. Oh, no. Oh, please tell me you brought more neo-regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard... Oops. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some. Or perhaps Queen XIV. I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought. But now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. Yup. 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 It's not good. Oh. They're so conscious of death now, and it terrifies them. We already kind of knew this. Oh. This guy. What was it? Papane? Oh, he's the one that first greeted us when we came here. Came to the outskirts. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen XIV. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. Oh, man. Oh. Dude, I don't like it. I don't trust these neo-regulators. Calyx keeps saying he's still going to make 5,000 endless. And I guess maybe, but oh, I just don't trust it. I don't think it's actually going to be endless like we saw. Like we saw in Living Memory. For one thing, Living Memory is shut down. Presumably, that should be irreversible, I think? But we just have to see. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? Yeah. Tensions are running high. Absolutely. Yes, that is exactly it. That people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear. And with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? That's the big issue. Tavern, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamati and Alphino. It sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. A hurry. I hate my tongue. I hate my mouth and how I can not properly speak words. Hello? Is there a reason this is taking a long time to load? Chat went away. There we go. Ah. He can turn Living Memory back on.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
At the very least, just the Meso terminal.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
Really stoking the fears.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Calyx.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death.
Only 5,000 of you.
Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless.
Again, only 5,000.
With evolution's brilliance will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register. You
couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to your alarm.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us?
At least there's some people that like still don't want to become endless. They are still afraid.
To become endless. There are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
Oh, that's right. I think there was an announcement for that all the neo-regulators have actually been handed out. It's just, it depends on those who have actually registered.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion.
Well, yes, that would be part of what it means to live.
No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
Oh.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people.
Oh, Sveen.
But what can I do?
Well, you are Queen Sveen. Not the Queen Sveen they know, but you are a Queen Sveen.
I am not their queen.
Well, they might still listen to you. Cousin. My apologies. The sun is not responding to any of our attempts to change the display or switch it off. First those deadly malfunctions, and now a citywide announcement. He has spent considerable effort recruiting his 5,000 Endless, perhaps more than necessary even. We had the hopefuls who descended on Lamity disperse for now. We could see tempers in the crowd were starting to fray. This latest wave of attacks may not have been as widespread, but people are reaching their breaking point. We have to stop Calyx, and soon. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in time. Krile told me everything that happened while we were away. Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet, if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklamat, please let them shelter in Tuliolol. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and will be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In that case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Actually, I have not gotten to talk to Wooklamont in a while, so it's nice to see what she has to say about all this. Tuliola would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Wooklamont. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe, and that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue. And you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. Don't forget about me. I'm here too. Your resident nuclear weapon that you can send at any enemy you please. How could we? We'd not be where we are now without you. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Kaluja. Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alize and the others said you were here. Good news, Terran. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029, it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Yippee! Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up. We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities, and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Okay, I don't know. I don't think this is the quest that should take us to the... to the dungeon just yet. Pretty sure they've already announced, like, the dungeon is the Meso Terminal. Okay. Also, just for a second, I'm going to be right back. I'll leave you with this lovely Solution 9 music. Okay, I am back. That was weird. Somehow I came back and for some reason, my mouse and keyboard stopped working. Alright, Sveen says, preservation laboratories. I started to think at what they were researching, but this is no time to be squeamish. Shell made me her assistant. She was teaching me the basics of data management. Good job, little guy. It sounds like Galoojob played a big part in this breakthrough. I'll be sure to treat him to a fine feast once this is all over. Oh. Okay, that was all she had to say. I'll share the method we used to find the containment complex once we're inside. It wasn't exactly all that different to the story of how we stumbled across the back room. An institute on preservation scale would have had many such facilities in the city, yet I cannot help but wonder if this one is where my parents worked. Ready to hop on? Next stop, the 10th level. Let's go! You'd think this place would be a little bit more well guarded.
So this is one of preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
Ooh!
You got the lights working.
Now, what can we find here?
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
Yeah, but if Calyx isn't endless, then that means he hasn't had to physically be here.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City.
Oh. Did it also have something in it for this place too?
As it was preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
Oh. So, basically, look for the same kind of signature elsewhere.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols.
And found this one.
After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You're a treasure shell. I'm going with that one. Full on. One of Gnault's energy drinks.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx. We're more than happy to help, of course, but I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
Probably. Whatever's behind that door.
Likely, and personally, I hope he does.
So he can know we're coming for his ass. Why? Why do I gotta get these bots? These bots in my chat. Please. I don't want streamboo.com. I'm perfectly fine here on Twitch. Oh, goodness. You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're here in is the researchers' commons. Located in the western side of the complex, the director's office is on the northeast of here. So we're here. Probably came in this way. So we should cut across this circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is, well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let us go get to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. For some reason, this word is in pink letters. It's to show you it's important. You begin searching the containment complex 1029. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Okay. This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrode surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. I find it already? I didn't even get to see the other stuff. A scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of similar size to the scanner panel. You hold the card-shaped object to the scanner. It's open! You did it, Taryn! First try! I kind of wanted to see what goodies I'd find in the other places, though. And a good thing, too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I am curious, though. Why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a Director Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onward. The doors to the director's office are across the central hub. Oh. Well, with all this electro technology, I didn't really expect there to be actual paper clipped to a board. They have actual papers. Huh. You'd think everything would have been on like a holographic screen like these, or you know, they'd have some like data pad. Actual paper. Oh, you know I'm exploring this way first. Ooh, Proto Lab. Oh, yeah, data tablet, just like this. What you got, what you got, what you got? It appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. Yes. Journal entry number 1. Today, I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, and when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blinding brilliance. This morning, I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of aether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Sphene insists on continuing her ineffectual flailings. Our Milala colleagues, including the Proto-Lab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project and the Dawntrail lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. You ever see the end of the journal logs? Oh. So this is here. So this is on the 10th floor. This is after they built the Everkeep. So this should be already after we've... It should be after Endless would already been created, right? You would think. Oh. I think these are soul cells. I don't see any of them on. So none of them have been filled. Oh, nice little table to sit at. Neat. What is this? What is this machine? So this person got recruited all of a sudden to join this. You go to number 4. Oh, Director Demetrius, the director of this facility. So they said already that so he's been Director Demetrius was praised for his genius intellect, yet he seems to be a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calyx. So Calyx is even more of a genius. This morning I was permitted access to the top floor. Yeah, just pretty much can... It seemed like Preservation already kind of insists on continuing her ineffectual flailings. So did the Endless Queen's Fiend... Did they... Did they still have some kind of... Or did the Queen's Fiend still have some kind of, like, autonomy herself? Perhaps? Hard to tell. Our Milala colleagues, including the Proto-Lab Chief, have been behaving in decidedly suspicious manner, so Kral's parents... The Dawntrail Lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. So they already have Endless. That's already a thing. Where is the Dawntrail Lab? Ah, it's down here. Facilities, Dawntrail Lab. Certainly they wouldn't. Damn it. I was hoping I could just do it over here. Here we go. Gotta go to the director's office first. Scanner beeps in disapproval. That sucks. Level 3. Okay. We'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms to hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the Proto-Lab. That door is already open, at least. We will find a way through together, Shale. I'm sure of it. But I want to go in that door. I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement in aether extraction rates. At least we have achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Marked improvement in either extraction rates. Though I will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols. I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number? Experiment 158? This machine feeds into a fuel cell. I am reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. Oh my goodness. Was this part? They already had Endless, so how much further did they need? Trying to make the bodies themselves immortal? Although they tend to kind of like... They say they want to like go beyond the limits of flesh and blood, so... It seems like they, with that idea, they would kind of just not worry about whether or not we stay in our... people stay in their bodies. That's interesting. Okay. These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting inference candidate 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Aha. Experiment 158. Maximum value 11,509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in report. Experiment 163. New proposal produced a result of 9,834. Decreased value verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it will make sense later on. So we have Experiment 158. Improvement in Aether extraction rates. At last we have achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Preserve this circular along with my few remaining worldly effects. What we also found is from this is that Experiment 148 201,930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. And for its candidate, maximum 158 was maximum value of 11,509. And then experiment 163 produced a result of 9,834. What does she have? Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calyx are close, and I'm itching to get my hands on them. Okay, well, I guess we have all the info we need. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into a large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Guluja mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. The locker door is shut tight, but the number pad suggests to input the correcting combination will open it. Yes. Do I actually have to type it in? God damn it. Select the number keys on the pad, input the combination, enter up to 5 digits. Yes, give me that. I'm assuming this is one. Okay, it literally says it right there. Okay, so 5 numbers. It was 11509. 509. Yeah! Ooh, data card. I don't think we've ever seen that technology before in the game. Being able to enter and, like, type that in. That was awesome. The locker pops open. Inside, you discover a level 2 security card. Taryn, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We needed a level 3, didn't we? Well, my boy, we needed level 1 to get through the first door. We then need to find a level 2, which takes us to another door. And then in that door is when we find level 3. Then we can go to the director's room. It's quite simple puzzles. Come on, Golujo. We couldn't go straight from 1 to level 3. Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Taryn. These preservation members lead such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards, I guess. I imagine they'd be more, what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you'll recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. Surprised they were allowed to do so. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. Oh. We'll probably find that in the Dawntrail lab. The writer was really happy about this. You could tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right. Let's move to this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Dawntrail lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor, if I can speak. So it's back to the hub and the locked door access across the way, which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one, if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. Okay, there you go. Let's go search the other lab, the other places. So why would they need a soul cell that big? Did they just... Maybe a lot of the research here was still on Endless. They still had the technology to become Endless, but they were just kind of refining it, maybe? Yeah. Yes, it opened! So, where should we go first? The tutorial lab or the facilities? Let's start with the lab. I'm going to look everywhere. So that looks like something interesting. Big device there. This is mainly the, Triangle, diamond, square, and circle. I wonder what these are for. Connected to this. And then on this end, this is connected to this. There's some shelves over here with what look like some little data sticks or something. And then a little workbench. We'll definitely be wanting to look in there. Oh, this door's not even open yet. Shale, there does seem to be any power here. No, not at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. So we're going to the facilities first anyway. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the tutorial lab, shall we? What's Bean have to say? So this room was for managing the power supply and utilities. I hope they kept security cards in here as well. Those are some big flashy floor tiles. I wonder what they were for. Me too, man. The tutorial lab must have required greater amounts of energy to operate. What kind of experiments were they conducting in there? Oh good, the terminal is lit up. That means we have power in this room. Engaging power supply. No good. It's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and their circuit control panels. Shale, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's in the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall, directly to the tutorial lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. Ah, I get to play with the floor tiles. Okay. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to configure? Reconfigure, rather. I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panels set into each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed. If we could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Terran? The rest of us can help by supplying Terran with whatever information might be found around on the circuitry configuration. I think I kind of know what I need to do. I can already tell Square needs to go over there. I need to connect that to that. Terran, take a look at this diagram. Oh. It's all smudgy. There's a note on the bottom left about backup power. Configure the 4 circuits control panels to provide an uninterrupted path. These symbols must represent the room we're in. If the square in the top left is Shale's terminal, then the bottom right should be the generator that Galujal is working on. It's hard to make out the rest, assuming that these are our 4 tile patterns. The bottom right is a square, and the top right is a half circle? Well, I guess square here, circle here. And it looks like it doesn't matter whether diamond or triangle or the ones that sits here. Because square needs to go here. And the circle will go here, which means the path will follow along this. Yeah, we'll come around to here and go to that way. And then... So if that's sitting here, the path would go here, then there. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We pretty much have it solved already. It doesn't matter which one sits in this spot. Because both of them would connect the circle to that one. Unless we need to make sure all the circuits are connected. Otherwise, then... I guess triangle would have to go here and diamond there? Let's see what everybody has to say, though. These appear to be data logs from a former age. My scholarly interest is piqued by a few of the labels, but none are relevant to the task at hand. I've also had no luck locating more security cards. We shall have to rely upon our backup power strategy, I'm afraid. Okay, what has Fiend got? I was able to glimpse part of a warning sign behind the containers. From what I can make out, it said, "Caution, circuit will not function with duplicate patterns." I suppose that means only one of each circuitry pattern can be set at the same time. Yeah. How does this work? So, let's see here. I think this one needs to be diamond. Oh, no. Never mind. This one needs to be a triangle. Square. Circle. This one should be diamond. There, another. Oh, you have connected all the circuits. Inform your comrades of the successful reconfiguration. Yay! Power is on! Let's go! It worked! We did it, Terran. The tutorial lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, Could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and found one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation, the Early Days is the title. We can learn about the start of preservation? That could be helpful to learn. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Ah, it looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Ah, my water bottle! I need that for hydration! Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calix's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So he had his own separate thing that was not in living memory. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still, he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now, I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that, when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change, I wonder? Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. That mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? I've done my job correctly. If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Dawntrail lab should be accessible. Now, I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. Okay, I feel like this room's where we're going to find a lot of juicy bits of info. That Alexandria survived the war was in no small part thanks to the defensive measures developed by Preservation. In that regard, I shall always be grateful. Yeah? The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Just let me do it then. Fine. I mean, I've taken a massive electrical shock before. And reacted as if I just managed to stub my toe. Right. I'll get this door open. Oh, look. No electrocution's happening. Not today. Phew. Smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Oh, cutscene time. Okay. I thought I'd get to have free reign over this place. Gods above, isn't that? Oh! Wait. They never stole mine. I still should have mine. Were there two this entire time? It kind of looks like a chalice by itself, but if you kind of like... It always looked to me like it was something that combined with another piece. It always looked like there would be two of them. So this isn't entirely surprising to me. That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. So either there's only one and they just made a duplicate trying to recreate the first one, and they've used it to make another key, but isn't it missing the shard inside? Oh, so they tried to make so they did try to make another one. They tried to make another one, but it wasn't, they weren't able to complete it. Probably missing something. But isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Terran has? Ah, we may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Oh, what was the key what was the piece they brought with them? Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key. Ooh, yay! That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. Okay, so the real key is the crystal inside. I wish we'd bring it out so we can get a good look at it. See what our key looks like. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Y'shtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. Abso-freaking-lutely. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calix's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully, there is a security card here that grants us access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than level 3 is no good to us. But what if we find level 4? Level 4 access! If those cameras are anything to go by, this lab was under constant surveillance. I'll scan the recordings and try to spot where people left their security cards. Maybe we'll get lucky. Well, if there's cameras in here, then they could potentially still be operational. Yep, there they are. Calix is probably watching us right now. I keep holding out hope that I'll find evidence of my parents here, despite knowing there is none. Maybe someone left a card on a shelf somewhere. I'll search through these drawers. One of us is bound to find something, I'm sure of it. Why were they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? I'll check this storage crate, I guess. This lone storage crate is filled with document binders, and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. This sturdy-looking shelving unit holds a storage crate and sealed barrels. No sign of any security cards. Okay, I guess in the cabinet drawer. You find a security card in the cabinet drawer. Wow. Oh, did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. I guess the security card would be... both times is going to be right next to Cryle. Let's have Shell examine it to be sure. Shell, I found a card. It's a level 3. Well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work, Taryn. It was level 3. Huzzah! Oh, a level 3. That should get us into the director's office. So, what was it you were hoping to find in here again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm going for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calix is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. Me. But since Calix is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all this surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calix's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Terran's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? Two me's! Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. Oh, yes, show me, please. I'll start the show, then. Show me, show me, show me, show me, show me! And who am I, then?
Planning to leave.
Why does something about her tickle my memory? I think it's just a hair. I think the hair is suddenly... I think that hairstyle is the same hair that, from Pandemonium. Oh, God. Why can't I remember her name? I can't remember. Oh, well. I'm sure I'll remember at some point.
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
Oh.
We struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish.
Yes! Eden? Was her name Eden? No, her name wasn't Eden. Eden was Shadowbringers. That was on the first. That's gonna bother me now. I'm pretty sure it starts with an... No, it doesn't start... I think it starts with an A. I thought it started with an E. I think it starts with an A. Avina? Avina, I think. God, it's gonna bother me. I need to look it up. It's gonna bother me now. We fight Athena. That's what it was. Okay. I feel better now. That's gonna bother. I don't know why I can't remember. Athena. I think she's just using the same hairstyle. I think that's the only thing that made me tickled my memory.
What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
I'm sorry, I was distracted a little bit. He's got the new, I don't know, K-pop e-boy hairstyle. I didn't expect him to have that hairstyle. It caught me off guard a little bit. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process of ending? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways.
I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Oh.
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Oh, once you joined preservation, you weren't allowed to leave. Oh. Oh. Okay. She only wanted to leave, and he executed her. I checked the images against the personal data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I am not surprised, given how many parents described their defection from the Institute. Oh, how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... I'm sure they managed to escape. I don't think they managed to escape, considering they were in... They were in, you know, living memory, which means they did die. We don't know if they died... Like, how they died, if they actually died from being pursued, or if they died from... just old age. But... doesn't exactly, you know, it's been hundreds of years ago. They died a long time ago either way. They did not regret their actions. Right. The Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Cryle. Worry not, Sphene. Thanks to the Haven of living memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn that they learned what they stood for. Goodness gracious, I cannot read. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right. Let us press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. Oh. Was Calix the one who gave orders to execute defectors? The more we learn about him, the less I understand. I don't expect to find any information on my parents in the next room, either. And that's something I can be proud of. My earlier investigations put the data relay just past the store. Let's get it open, shall we? Hearing Cryo talk about her parents reminded me of how much I miss Namika. I guess I'll never really get over it. If the man in the recording was Director Demetrius, then this must be his office. Let's go! Let's head inside. Now to find a data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Taryn, come with me. I might have need of that security card. Alrighty then. Oh, that's interesting. Hello. Some kind of ruby, sapphire, and then... What shape? What shape was the crystal inside my, my key? I really wish it would have shown me. Maybe they were testing different crystals. I wonder. Oh, let's see what Mukulman has to say. This director Demetrius was very particular about how he decorated his office. We've got incense and vases and some kind of gem display. Something odd. Something odd. What you thinking about here in the corner, Cryo? Oh, apologies. I was thinking about the key. This is a report on reducing people to aether, and how much energy can be harnessed per individual. Oh. Well then. Damn. This terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. Oh. I'm positive we're in the right room, but am I missing something? Sorry, Taryn. Could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? I feel like it has something to do with this. There's a missing thing. Beverage station. Coffee? Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. This poor coffee maker. Oh, this is trying to make me feel sad about the coffee maker. Oh, there's another thing here. Whatever this is, I can't really see through the sparkles, but interesting. Soul cell case. The collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the director. They appear to be empty. Okay, that's kind of what I figured. I figured this was the important thing. Oh, there's actually... cluttered side table. Well, let's just see this one. Darn it, this was the thing! I should have looked at the shelves. Amongst us other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. A closer locker stands next to the tablet. Examine the data tablet. You pick up the tablet and begin skimming through the contents. Oh, shutdown particles. Daily reports first. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for Aether reclamation process. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Milala researchers. Major incident. Detail in full report. Those 2 inept Milala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated... Ooh. We were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to Aether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Damn. Damn, dude. So they did indeed get caught and killed. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition, whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise. It must be ready to support full operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Well, we found but the locker. You didn't let me look in the locker. You find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Secure room lift access. Requires password to be input simultaneously as terminals in the Proto Lab, the Tutorial Lab, and the Director's Office. Alright, let me look at it again. Open the locker. Oh! Yeah, we'll just close that. Okay. You quietly shut the locker door. I wouldn't say it contains nothing of note. I think there's definitely something to note about that locker, but I don't think we need to. We're just gonna move on, okay? Have you found something? Did find something, but here's the actual important thing. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less, seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No. A precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself to be is concealed too. Concealed? By Electrope, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kakiwa used to say, Shale? Never trust an Electrope surface. You can pass right through Electrope. Where am I making that comment from? Oh, of course. Electrope is how you alter the look of all of Solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door! I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Then in that note, lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. Well, we need to know what the actual password is first. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the proto lab. Then I'll take the tutorial lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sveen. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I think I might know what the password is. I found a pretty heavy clue in that locker over there. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria, after all. I will take tutorial lab duty, then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Terran, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wook Lamont and Kryle through this process. You know, there was a display plate over there. The one with the gems? I thought since it was made of Electrope, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out? Oh boy, the 2 jewels are embedded in this electrode plate. You identified a blue gem as a sapphire and a red gem as a garnet. Empty slot for another jewel. Let me look up something real quick. Oh. I was trying to look up if calyx is a type of gemstone. Not really finding anything with that. Never mind. It's missing a gemstone. That's... a sapphire, a garnet. Kept searching the drawers of the books and found a cube puzzle made of electrope. It's probably just a toy, but maybe. Solve it. Let's see. If I move this bit, then connect this circuit to that one. There! Huh? There was something inside. Alexandrite. It's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one, just in case. I got it! I got it! I got it! Let me go over to the gem thing. Let me put the Alexandrite in. Oh, wait. There's two other spots. The gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing... Oh, this is the map of the place. The glowing lines of a diagram appeared in display, accompanied by a short phrase. The floor plan of this complex? Yeah, that's what it looks like. As you continue studying the display, you realize that these shapes corresponded to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. This may be related to the passwords you were looking for. So I guess you gotta do sapphire in this one, garnet in this one, then alexandrite in the office. The slot contains a sapphire. Its place on the floor corresponds with the proto lab. Garnet does with the tutorial lab. Alexandrite does with the director's office. What's this say? Appear to be handwritten. What do they say? Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you asked Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Okay, I'm done. Done looking at this. So, maybe it's not just... I figured the password maybe you have to enter the name of that gemstone in each room. And the corresponding room. But maybe there's something more to it. Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. Symbolism of Alexandrite. Well, I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is coincidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? A sapphire and a garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite is said, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. You have gathered enough information to entering the password. We're all set to go here. Wuklamat and Krall are just waiting for their passwords. Let's start with Wuklamat in the Protolab. Oh shit. I think Protolab was at the north. That was the Sapphire. Sapphire represents honesty. Enter honesty. Oh, Crown and Turlap. That one should be devotion. And lastly, for the director's office, we do protection. Let's go! I'm surprised Wook Lamont knows how to use a computer. Yes! Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wook Lamont and Kralla rejoin us. All right, everyone. Time to board the lift and see what awaits us. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is, but whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
Oh boy. Time to finally find out where Calyx is. We haven't gone to the Meso terminal, so that has to be it. Since that is the dungeon.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form.
Yes?
These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch.
And the other is possessing robots.
The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
Inside a soul cell?
Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
In the computer? In a world formed of data.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Yepper.
Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories. It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso Terminal.
But we shut it down. Unless there's a section of the Meso Terminal that's still operating.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in living memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso Terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Spheen's body in stasis.
Yeah. So, where else?
Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Kind of what I suspected. Him, like, it's a part of the Meso Terminal, but he managed to... Because since we shut everything down in living memory, and that's where every single Endless should have been, if Calyx was an Endless, then his memory should have been in living memory. But if we shut all that down, he should have been erased with everybody else. So, obviously, since he's still around, he has to have some section somewhere that's still operating, keeping him specifically operational.
Let us say that the Meso Terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source.
Yeah, how's he crossing over? That's another question. Because living memory is still on the 9th.
That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Yeah?
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited living memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
So he's keeping the door open to make sure he still has his connection to the source, and therefore the rest of Alexandria.
Even now, security transmissions from throughout the keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up. And what a waste of time it's been.
Oh, yep. He's been watching us the whole time.
Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary.
Oh?
Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you.
Doubt it.
Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. Storage device which holds my memories is there.
I want to take that storage device. I'm going to break it over my knee.
I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The endless fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part.
Ooh.
As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine.
Oh!
Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key.
It's my key.
I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Satisfy your curiosity?
Yes. Also, it's still my key, so you're not getting it.
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me?
Ooh, he has no response to that one.
Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx.
Kick his ass?
Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
I'm with you. Let's plan our next move. He's wrong if he thinks he's taken our measure. He has absolutely no idea. Oh, Speed, no! Why are you crying?
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Aw, man, you don't have to feel like it's not your place. You are still the original Queen Sphene. Even if you weren't the Sphene that lasted as an endless for 400 years, you are still Queen Sphene. Oh, this poor girl. We gotta take her on adventures. Help her find her place in the world. Phew. Well, that was an adventure. It may not have been by the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed. While I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Now let's head straight for the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Oh, I can't wait for Yashel and Crowd to go on investigations in this back room. That's probably what .4 or .5 is going to have too. we're going to start going into more investigations of the key. That once we deal with Calyx, we'll be free to, like, do whatever our own research on this key and probably have our own cross-dimensional travels without, you know, destroying other dimensions. We'll just transport ourselves, not entire worlds. It's time to put an end to this. Calyx won't stop until we stop him. It was my other self who entrusted you with the key. Though she could not change who she was, the consequences of our final choice linger, empowering us to shape our own future. I've passed on the short version of events to our comrades, so that we shall all prepare for the challenge ahead. Shale has been out of sorts ever since we got back. I don't think she liked what Calyx said, but don't worry. I'll do my best to cheer her up. What's Aravel up to? The situation isn't the best out there, but at least you've come back to us safe and sound. Shale? Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. In that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. She's pissed because he was like, she was so close to finding him, and he just came up like, anyway, here's where I am. Come here if you want. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Okay, so I've been going for 4.5 hours now, and as much as I would really like to continue, that's probably going to be it for me on the stream. So, I will probably be back tomorrow. And we should be able to finish up the rest of the MSQ. As well as... if I get it done within a couple of hours, like, if I get it done pretty quickly and still want to go, I'll probably go over and do the Alliance raid story as well. So, I guess until next time, bye!